And with that, how are we doing, everybody? Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful time. It is Saturday. It is the weekend. Why is this pushed so far to that side? Jeebus. I have many cats. At least many cats. I have this cat here. This is Gigi. She is enjoying this area right here. Terror. Hi, Terror. Do you want to come sniff? Sniff the finger like a cat? Aww. And then back there are Hylia and Baba. Yumi is somewhere. I don't know where Yumi is right now. No idea. No idea. Yeah, this is one of the benefits. One of the benefits of the new office setup. Oh wait, no, Yumi's right over there. Yumi's literally right there. Hold on. Let me drop. You can see Yumi behind the chat. Yumi is right there behind the chat. All the cats are here. Every cat. This is amazing. I have never had every cat here before on stream. But this time I do. This time I do. Wait, no, not 2 kitties. 5 kitties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 kitties here. Kitties all here. Poggers. They want their internet attention. This is... Yes, the cats are strictly here for internet attention. We're here for internet attention. If you have 2 kitties, you name them Kit and Cat. No. Terror's the one with the brown and white. The black and yellow is Gigi. The one back there bathing herself is Baba. The black one laying down is Hylia. And Yumi is the orange one over there sitting on the couch. Communism is when Sir streams have all cats. Everybody wants internet attention until you get the death threats. And then you're like, why did I want this in the first place? Any more cats and Cirrus becomes that version of the crazy cat lady. Don't remind me. Also in hot sauce news, I have cayenne hot sauce. Anywho, what do we have on the docket today? Well, today we are going to be talking about Blair White, finally. Well, I got dust on top of the camera. There we go. Going to be talking about Blair White. Going to be talking about this person named Daughter of Virtue, who has a video about why it pleases God to have his children suffer, which just strikes me as awkward as shit. And then, of course, we have a few other things to get into after that, but what order do you think we should do things in? I honestly want to do the Daughter of Virtue stuff first, and then tackle Blair White. I think that's what I probably want to do. Jimmy says the Daughter of Virtue sounds like the name of a Metal Gear Solid boss. Otagon, can you tell me about this Daughter of Virtue group? It's not a group, Snake. It's one person. But they might as well be a one-man army. Gigi, I would like to hold your paw. Is that okay? She just doesn't care. She's perfectly okay with me holding her paw. Her tiny little paw. This is such a good little kitty. She's like 8 years old, too. She's an old girl. No wonder you don't mind me grabbing your paw. You've dealt with so much of my shit over the years. Nothing bothers you anymore. Oi! Oi, oi, oi. Toe bean massages. What color are her beans? Black. She has black beans. Pretty sure tackling Blair White is a crime. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So, if we are watching right now, let's go ahead and get some housekeeping out of the way. If you want to support the stream as we get into the topics at hand, the best way to do so is going to be the Streamlabs link in the description below. If you want to super chat, that's cool too, but generally speaking, the Streamlabs link is going to be the best way to do it for the time being. You see, that's going to change here in however long it takes, whenever we get a new website set up for the channel. Then the subscriptions on the website are going to be the best way forward. But for the time being, the best thing to do is going to be Streamlabs links. Now, secondarily to that, we are going to be covering at least 3 topics today, but if you guys have any other stuff that you want to submit to me that is along the lines of things I've already laid out in my my video request section of my Discord, then let me know, and I will gladly tackle other things if I've got the time. On top of that, everybody already knows most everything going on over the next few days. We have the VTuber avatar coming in. Should be on February 2nd. I'm going to be doing probably less prop usage for the next few days while we figure out the office setup, because normally I have a shelf above me, essentially, with all of my stuff, and right now I don't. So I'm kind of stuck doing it this way. So, I know you don't like change, Pika. But that is... It is what it is, as I never say. But I guess I will right now for the sake of saying something. Dickspot says, "Mwahahaha, I have donated." I see that. There's a huge $50 donation that has just dropped into the Streamlabs. Thank you very much for that. Although, why is the sponsor banner not doing its job? Did that pop up during the sponsor thing? It didn't pop up at all, did it? No, it didn't. Okay, hold up. Why is it not? I know why. Hold on. Hold up. I know what's wrong. Okay, so a donation
That
should
squirrel
show
looks
there.
familiar.
Yep. Okay, we just gotta copy this. I know what happened. I am the dumb. I am the dumb. There we go. There we are. Now let's do a test.
That squirrel looks familiar.
All right, so it works there. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, Appalachian Folk Witch. Nothing important, just takes money. I will gladly take money. If somebody has a singular dollar, they can send to the Streamlabs donation, so that we can test that real quick to make sure that that's working right. I want to make sure that it's not broken going forward, so that if anybody sends super chats or anything of any variety, they'll actually work. So if somebody has a singular dollar to throw into the Streamlabs donation, then we can get that testing. I know I just did the test on Streamlabs itself. There's nothing saying that that's actually going to work. And if you don't have a dollar, that's fine. It's not going to stop you. I'm not gonna like come there with a dart gun and aim it at your head and go, you better donate $1. Okay. Ow. That said, what will I need today? More than likely, for covering Blair White, I imagine I'm gonna need that hammer over there. And I imagine... I don't think I'm gonna need any of those. Not the really strong ones, anyway. Think I should be okay. Dare me to do that? What is that? Raimi Cat, what is that? Can't find the Streamlabs link?
That squirrel looks familiar.
All right. There we go. Orla Sarah just donated $1, and it looks like it went through. Excellent. Remy Cat says, I dare you to come over to my room and threaten me.
Looks familiar.
And Destiny has donated $5, and that one works good. Thank you guys very much for the donations, and now we know that everything works. The tech gremlins have been ironed out. Streamlabs link is in the description below. Also,
that
every...
squirrel
Okay.
looks familiar.
Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, or the $5 donation in the Streamlabs, Dixie. But if I have to try to do the stream while Lulu is constantly yelling in my ear, that squirrel looks familiar, I think I'm going to go absolutely crazy. Don't drive me crazy. I know I'm going to need one of these now.
That squirrel looks familiar.
We'll need this. Nothing happened. You saw nothing. Hylia, how are you the one that got spooked? And not Baba. Baba's the one that gets easily spooked. Okay. We're loaded up, right? Every single chamber's loaded. Cool. Use it to feed Raz bacon. But Raz doesn't like bacon. Not generally. You heard Gravity affecting a thing. Gravity did expect a thing. Appalachian Witch has just donated $5, takes money again. Hey. Thank you very much for the $5 donation, but throwing it at me constantly. Yes, one of the cat's names is Hylia, and he is... I don't know where he's gone. He has disappeared for the time being. Sarah's gonna die on stream. Okay, so, Raimi, you said to come into your room and threaten you. Alright, well, technically the stream is happening in your room. There. Better? I should not have fired that. I think I just destroyed something. Here we go. I'm like 90% certain that it was a mistake for me to fire that at the screen, because the screen flashed white for a second there. It actually, Pika, it can't stick again. It can't stick. Not, so before, my monitor was basically sandwiched under a shelf. So whenever I fired, it was able to get stuck on top of the camera. But now the camera has 5 feet of space above it. So yeah, no, that can't happen again. Well, I didn't know you were outside, Raimi. I had no way of knowing. Don't be a coward, aim it at the camera. Okay. That's what you need?
That squirrel looks familiar.
Black the dumbass has donated $100. Holy shit. Oh, look at all the zeros. Why? Thank you very much for the $100 donation. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much also for the $2 super chat, Prince Polly. I guess at that point I absolutely do have to fire at there. So here we go. Let's get it good and level. There. You called me a coward, and I just fired it at it. We fire once more for Black, right? Because Black just donated $100. We fire once more for Black. All right. This one's for you, Black. This one's for you. Yeah, no, $100. That is insane. We haven't even gotten into our first topic yet. The camera shatters.
Looks familiar.
Smiling Game is just DM. Might as well top you off. Well, thank you very much for the $14 donation, Smiling Game Master. That tops us off. That means that the $200 goal for the week has already been met, and the week isn't even over yet, which is good, because then I can actually take that money and sock it away, and hopefully not have to worry about doing another fundraiser for repairs anytime soon. At least that is the specific purpose of that there, to make it easier to move forward financially. Yeah, stream goal met. Way too early. But all right. Might as well go ahead and get into the first topic then, I suppose. Jesus, you guys. We can now travel to another room in Peach's castle. Actually, no, Pika, we can't yet. You see, now that we have the sufficient amount for the stream, we have to go tackle Bowser first. And not until we tackle Bowser can we get the key to allow us to go to another room in Peach's castle. So, I guess it's time to tackle Bowser. So when do you start the week? So basically, when it's every 7 days. But if I'm not able to make it to a stream, then the day that week starts is technically going to end up being later. Like, this one had to start 2 days ago because I was sick and not able to stream for a couple days. Okay. Let's go ahead and get ready. Go ahead and prepare. Because we're all about to suffer. Or at least we're going to have apologia as to why it's good that we suffer. One of the two. Give me just a second to double check everything here. Okay, everything's golden. One more drink. Wait, what was the pun? I guess Cirrus is squirreling away $200. God damn it. I like Apologia. Apologia's fine. Alright. Alright, we've taken our drink. I believe we have sufficiently prepared. We've taken a drink. We've fired a Nerf gun at the camera. We apparently reached our stream donations goal for the week. Though I'm certainly not going to complain if anybody wants to make me suffer with the Streamlabs donation thing again. But speaking of suffering, I think we probably need to have a conversation about why it pleases God to have his children suffer. Now, you and I are probably going to sit here and contemplate if the only reason we're here is to suffer. However, this person, who's named their channel The Daughter of Virtue, believes that it pleases God to have his children suffer, and would like to explain to us why that is. So, let's go ahead and find out.
Hello, sisters in Christ. I pray you are all doing well and you are growing in the Lord each and every day. I want to talk to you all today about suffering and how we are called to suffer with the Lord. The Bible tells us that this is something that we should expect as followers of Christ. That we're
okay, but why though?
We're going to follow in the same path that Jesus took while he was here. And why suffering is something that pleases God.
All right. Let's go ahead and begin with calling God a sadomasochist. Or just a sadist in general in this case. Well, no. If Jesus is in fact the Son of God and also God, and it pleased him to watch himself suffer, then yeah, no, this is sadomasochism. Okay, so I'm going to make a prediction from somebody who has not watched this video yet, but was suggested this video, that we're going to get the apologia that because God led a life of suffering, being pinned up on the cross and bled out and penetrated by a bunch of Roman men, then he's the conversation is going to be, We need to lead a Christ-like life and therefore suffer the same way he did. Now, that's a prediction. It might not come true, but let's go ahead and see where we go.
It's a very simple question to ask ourselves, but when you're really going through it, and you're going through those times of trials and testing, it's easy to say that you want to rejoice in that suffering.
It's easy to say you want to rejoice in that? I don't think that's easy to say.
As the Bible tells us to. But how do we truly, really rejoice in that suffering from our heart? How do we sincerely mean that we rejoice in that suffering, especially when it's just so painful while you're going through it?
So, all right, let's go ahead and talk about the mentality that comes as a result of this kind of thinking. Before we even get into theology, before we get into the problems, just as far as a belief system is concerned, the base mentality that suffering is good, my suffering is good, I should be able to rejoice in my suffering, not rejoice through it, not rejoice that, you're learning something or there's some benefit to be had for you as an individual, even though you are going through hell. Hell, my kitchen, I did not want to suffer through having to build that damn thing, but I couldn't afford to do anything other than that. And by building it, I gained a lot of experience. Now, the suffering itself wasn't something that I wanted, but the experience I gained was nice. This is a different type of mentality. This is the actual suffering itself being virtuous. Why is this a problem? Well, can you think of any number of abusive situations that someone could not justify to themselves based on this kind of mentality? That someone could not sit there and go, no. It's not bad that I'm suffering in this abusive relationship. The suffering makes me stronger. I'm happy suffering through this abusive relationship. And the fact that my partner in this relationship is making me suffer, that is good. It's the same exact kind of mentality. It tracks the exact same way. And there are jokes being made in the chat that I actually do agree with, unironically, that in this case God is just a bad dom, and fuck safe words, what's even consent in this scenario?
And this is what the Lord showed me recently, because I just had my 3 years birthday, I guess you could say, of being born again.
You certainly have the mentality of a 3-year-old with this kind of reasoning, but let's continue.
And how immediately once he moved in, the battle started. And here I am 3 years later, and there is still much suffering that takes place. And it almost seems like, ladies, as you grow in your walk, that suffering, it's like it almost just slowly increases and increases.
That doesn't make it better. The idea that getting into a relationship with anyone, much less a deity, should necessitate that you now are engaged in suffering, and that suffering is going to increase the longer you're in this relationship, that's not a sign that things are going well for you, daughter of virtue. That's a sign that things are going poorly. That's a sign that you need therapy. If being in a relationship is in fact suffering to you, and it gets worse and worse the longer you're in it, that's when you seek counseling, not consoling yourself within the relationship itself. Like, again, this isn't just isolated issues. This is the type of thinking that can lead to somebody being completely and totally okay with being in an abusive relationship, especially one where the abuse escalates.
Inwardly. It's an inward... There's a verse in the Bible that talks about how we groan within ourselves. there is that groaning that we waiting for that adoption of the Lord, the redemption of our bodies. We are continually groaning within ourselves. And I don't know if you guys can relate to this, but I definitely know exactly what that verse means. Because there's a joy, there's a peace that comes with the Lord, a peace that comes with that, just even the chastening that the Lord does on us. But there's just that inward where you just don't even have the words to say.
If you cannot articulate it to me, then maybe you shouldn't be telling me that I should be suffering for the sake of your terrible dom of a deity. I don't want to sit here and just make fun of this person. This is actual abuse victim mentality. This is the mentality that causes people to go, no, it's okay that my partner hit me. I deserved it. No, it's okay that my partner was drinking that day. That makes it okay that he said those terrible things to me. That's the type of mentality that this breeds. Because if you're going to hold the person who you should hold to the highest standard, right? Let's go ahead and pretend we're Christian for a second. God should be the person that we hold at the highest standard. If the person you hold at the highest standard is allowed to abuse you, is allowed to make you suffer, and you're making apologetics as to why your suffering is good, it wouldn't necessarily follow that it is entirely okay for somebody under the ladder who doesn't have to meet such high standards can do the same to you, could do the same to you. This is not healthy thinking by any stretch.
You just are, you're perplexed, as the Bible says. And so how do we really rejoice? How do we understand that God was pleased to crush his son? It was pleasing to him to crush him.
All right. Give me an H in the chat if you're a parent, please. If you're a parent, you have children. Would it ever please you to crush? Mind you, Jesus died, so crush to death your child? Just, I am almost 100% certain that none of you would think that that's an okay thing to do. Here, however, we have a celebration of that. It was okay. Not only was it okay for God to crush his son, but he took pleasure in it, and that's good too. That's not healthy. That's not good. I don't think I have to explain further. Growlithe, stop.
I don't know what's wrong with her. I was going to come check out your window to see if there was someone pulling in. There is not.
Nope. Level.
But she's just going to keep barking whether she's in or out, but it's starting to get really cold out.
That's understandable.
So she's in for now.
Okay. Okay. Then let's see. Oh my gosh. She needs to stop. I wonder what she's even barking at. I mean, I'm suffering here, and I don't know if that's what's making Growlithe upset. But let's continue.
I asked the Lord this recently, just like a week ago. And it's true. Whatsoever you ask the Father in the name of his Son Jesus,
apologies for the barking in the background,
he will give it to you. Because he knows that the things that we ask of him are things that will help us.
So wait, not only do we have not only do we have incredibly bad takes as far as abuse is concerned, suffering is good, it's okay that God wanted to crush his son, etc., we also have just very bad theology. The idea that God will necessarily give you anything that you ask as long as it's in his name, that does not check with anything I learned when I was a Christian, and it doesn't check with anything that I think anyone else learned when they were a Christian. We have abusive mentality, and then we have bad theology right afterwards. Also, Growlithe, come here. Come on, girl. Come on, you know how to open the door. Come on. Yep. All right, come here. Come here. What's going on, baby? What's going on? What's going on, Growlithe? There's nobody outside. There's nobody outside. Hey, come here. Sit. Sit. Go get it. Oh my gosh. And now she just keeps on doing the borf. No, Growlithe, you're not going back out. Stop. And there's not even anybody pulling in or anything. So, oh boy. Like I said, bad theology, bad take in general. Does Growlithe ever chase after the cats? Yes, she does. What? Oh, no. Stop that. No, Growlithe. Stop. That's where my computer cables are. You are not unplugging a computer. Stop it. I love you. Stop it. Please. You're so cute, but you're also so dumb. What's up? What's up? Do you... Okay, then just stay there. Jesus. All right. Let's continue on, then.
Encourage us to keep going in our walk. And there are times when I'm in prayer, ladies, that I have even found myself saying the same things that Jesus said when he was in the garden before he was arrested and brutally tortured for hours and then crucified on the cross.
What have you gone through that has necessitated that kind of thinking? Like, I'm not saying that you haven't gone through something bad. I have no idea who you are. I don't know what your life story is. But what could you have possibly gone through where the same things that went through a man who was about to get himself killed went through your head? I don't get it. Also, what is... There's nothing out there. She just keeps on barking. There's nothing out there. But I guess we will continue on.
I find myself saying sometimes, Lord, please take this cup of suffering from me.
But I thought that you said that suffering was good. Why would you want your God, your abusive dictator deity, to stop making you suffer? Why would you want that burden lifted? You were celebrating it just 2 minutes ago.
Take it from me. Nevertheless, your will be done, Lord, not mine. And it's an inward, constant suffering, ladies, when you're born again.
And why are you advocating for this?
But I wanted to know why. Why are you... I heard in my spirit that it pleased the Father to bruise his Son, to crush and to see his Son suffer. So
why is that a good thing?
Why does it please him when he sees us suffer? Because I want to be pleased. I genuinely want to be pleased during this time of suffering. because I want the Lord's heart. I'm continually
No, 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 no. Don't do this shit. Don't do this thing where you want you in almost a Stockholm style setting. You want an abuser's affection so much that you are willing to make yourself hurt, make yourself suffer, so long as it gains their favor. This is terrible victim mentality. This is awful. When you are hurting and you are sitting there going, not only is the hurting bad, but you want the hurting to please you. Not in a kinky way, but in a legitimate, another being is making you go through hell, and you're trying to find some way to be okay with that. And on top of that, you are trying to advocate for this type of thinking. You are trying to suggest to other people that they necessarily take this same mentality that you're taking, this abused mentality, this hurt mentality. You want them to go through the same thing you're going through. It's one thing to be hurt, but don't be the hurt person hurting other people.
after his heart. And so he showed me, after I asked him for this, he pretty much immediately gave me an answer.
Okay.
And I just had this image in my mind, like oil press. And I didn't really understand totally what that meant. So I looked it up. I looked up just the process of how the oil, or the olives are harvested, which is really interesting that they're harvested in the months of September, October, November. That's when they're picked from the olive
This is going to
trees.
be the same kind of argument.
And I became born
as,
again
like,
in
you're
October.
graphite,
and
so you have
not
to
that,
be
I mean,
smashed
people
into
can be born
diamond,
again
right?
any month. But it was like the Lord was speaking directly to me when I heard this, because immediately, once those olives are harvested and picked, they are then taken and they're put in a circular thing where they would have a donkey actually strapped to a millstone, and the millstone would just go in a circular motion and would crush these olives. Now, if you picked these olives and immediately within 24 hours crushed them, that's like the best quality olive oil you can get. That's
All right. People deserve to suffer and people deserve to be crushed so we can get some deified olive oil. Now, I understand that the point she's trying to make is essentially the same thing as, getting a diamond out of graphite, right? You're trying to make that carbon so dense that it comes out as a diamond on the other side and can be used for more things. But can we go ahead and point out there's a difference between graphite and olives? And that is that graphite and olives do not need to consent to be conformed to the will of a sentient being. People, on the other hand, people need to be able to consent. Even if you were to grant the premise, okay, fine, suffering is good and all, whatever sick, twisted way of thinking you want to manage is fine. But after that, you then have to go, even if these things are good, why should these things be forced on people, and why should we accept that? Like, okay, I'm not ace, so to me, sex is good. Sex is great. But even though I think that it's great, I still should have to be able to consent to sex. It's no different here. Why would you argue for a position that strips the autonomy away from every individual human being and forces them to do something that, don't worry, it's good for them. Balmong has it right in the chat. God needs his soul oil for his just right for his cooking. I'm reminded of that one demon in Yu Yu Hakusho who used to run with Hiei and Kurama, and would just steal children and would normally like cook them over a fire to get the soul out just right, but then found a thing that just pulls the soul out immediately, and it was so perfect to him, and he loved it, and it was wonderful. And it's like, all the same problems present themselves there, dude. Nobody consented to you eating their fucking soul. Jesus.
That's what's called extra virgin olive oil.
People are extra virgin olive oil, everybody.
It's the best quality. So immediately after they're picked, they're crushed by this millstone, and the olives turn into like a paste. And once they're that pasty substance, it's just been crushed.
She's fucking laughing, but this is sick.
They then take the paste and they place them in these like woven baskets, and they stack them on top of one another, the crushed olives. And then they place something really heavy, like a stone, on top, and they crush. The weight of all of those baskets literally causes the pressing process. So the olives then go from that paste after being crushed to actual olive oil. And it is so cool when you see the image of all of these
Now I want you to imagine all of that olive oil coming out of those baskets, but now imagine that it's people, and this is her argument. This is people. She thinks it's good that this is people.
baskets stacked on top of each other with the crushed olives and the oil just seeping. It is just, it's so awesome. Now, why is this awesome? Well,
because you desperately need some way to make it make sense to you that a sadomasochistic god would make his children suffer necessarily.
That first process of the pressing of the olives creates the oil that they get. They do it 3 times. They press and crush and beat these oils down 3 times to get the best quality oil the first time.
How is this a good thing for people, though?
That first amount of oil that is pressed is the most precious of oil. That was the oil that was considered the first fruits that was taken to the temple and offered to the Lord.
Okay, so while that's all great and all, and I'm sure finding all the different ways in which you can justify human suffering would get you off, it doesn't do it for me, because I tend to find things like consent great, okay? So let's go ahead and stop her video here. We may end up doing a part 2. But we're going to stop her video here so we can analyze what we've seen so far, and let's talk about it. First of all, we have the very, very slow speaking. Now, I don't know if this is just how this person normally talks, but it sounds almost hypnotic. It sounds almost like somebody's trying to lull you in. This does not necessarily mean that this is good or bad, but it is a thing that I noted. Another thing that I've noted here. There's these allegories that are being used that are... No allegory, no analogy is going to be one-to-one, but if your analogy to a human being is crushing them so that you can get their delicious juices out, then maybe consent should be a consideration at some point during here. The justification so far seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it pleases God to have his children suffer because God knows that by having his children suffer, they will come out of that better on the other end. Now, again, we had the conversation earlier about who in the chat is a parent. I'm going to ask the parents in my chat again. If you have a child who is suffering through a hardship, you as the adult know that it's going to make them stronger. It's going to make them better. But at any point during the time that you're watching your child suffer, do you take pleasure in that? Do you sit there and go, it's good that Jimmy's dealing with all this bullying. It's going to build his character. Now, would you consider that a quality of a good parent, or would you consider that a quality of an abusive parent? Because I would consider that to be not exactly indicative of good parenting at all. Like in any way, shape, or form. But apparently, this is good to Daughter of Virtue. Now, later in the stream, we may actually cover the other half of her video, but I need to take a break from this. This is worse than the transformed wife. This is worse than Paul and Morgan. This is somebody who literally is basking in the idea of other human beings, including themselves, suffering through some of the most horrific things. If you can imagine it happening to a person, you can bet your ass that her version of God has imagined it happening to somebody as well. And according to her, he's gleeful in that. That makes him happy. This is disgusting. This is the type of mentality that leads people to stay in abusive relationships because it will make them better. It will make them stronger. Oh, don't worry about all the terrible things my partner has done and said. All this makes me a stronger person, and it makes it to where I'm better suited to help my child, or whatever dumb apologetic you want to bring into the scenario. This is not healthy thinking. This is not the thinking of a healthy individual. This is the thinking of somebody who desperately needs deprogramming, who desperately needs therapy. And I've got to take a mental break from it. I will do I will later in the stream probably do a second part, but not yet. Not yet. There's been a bit much here. But if you have enjoyed the suffering I get, I'm never going to be saying that the same way ever again. Go ahead and hit the like button. Go ahead and hit subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the bell notification icon so that you can know when videos go live and when streams go live. But past that, streams go live generally about 1 p.m. every few days on my channel, 1 p.m. Eastern, and videos go live at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern every day as well. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to take a breather from this. But not from the stream. Also, somebody seems to have finally calmed down. Which is good. Which is very good. She has videos about spiritual warfare in her sleep. This is not the mentality of a healthy person. This is not the mentality of somebody who is well put together. And I'm not the most healthy person in the world either, but damn. If this isn't a bit much, give me a second. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Just had to make sure that when this video actually goes out, it doesn't have problems as it might otherwise. Here we go. Okay. My suffering continues. Alright. In many ways, organized religion is an abusive relationship. You pay money to get told you're broken and deserve to suffer. Depending on the religion, yes. I think she wants to be fucking nuts until... I don't think she wants to be fucking nuts until marriage. Said she... Yeah, she's married, and that's... scary. What type of relationship do you think her and her partner have that leads to this kind of thinking? I don't want to speculate on somebody else's relationship, but I can't help but think that it might not be healthy. What kind of breed is Growlithe? Growlithe is an Australian Shepherd mixed with a Border Collie. Like, that's... just... it hurts my brain. It hurts my brain. Like, she's almost getting off to the idea. Does this person have children? What does she tell her kid when they're suffering? Like, I don't know how to feel about that. We're going to go ahead and take some chocolate to feel less terrible. Also, welcome to the stream, Ivy Evans. Said that they are new and found me yesterday. Well, I haven't found myself yet, but I'm glad you were able to. Thank y'all for popping in. You think she does have a kid? That's sad. Like, let's look at the comments for this. I really needed this. Currently being persecuted in his name for standing up against the month of October. For standing up against the month of October? Is this person talking about Halloween? They're being persecuted for being butthurt over Halloween? No pain, no gain. This is not the same thing as no pain, no gain, Gabby. I really enjoyed this. You speak like you're talking to just me. That's what that kind of... Alright. I can do the same thing, okay? And it's going to sound like I'm talking to just you as an individual. Hi there, Anon. How's it going? I know you're having a really hard time right now. I know that the world's really crazy. But it's gonna be okay, Anon. It's gonna be alright. Don't worry about it. We'll all get through this together. Especially you. I know you will. Like, just think about it. If I did every single video like that, that'd be creepy, right? Of course it's creepy. That was the point. The whole point of me doing that was to be creepy. Like, Cyrus can use that to convince me that there is... Okay, hold on. Hold on. I am going to do it again. If stuff like that makes you incredibly uncomfortable, then I will... Well, I don't know what kind of signal. Chat. Chat will be responsible for letting you know whenever whenever we're done with that, okay? But... Look, Anon. I understand that you came here to get away from the Fire Nation. Don't worry. You're safe here. After all, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. And there never will be war in Ba Sing Se. The Ba Sing Se walls are strong. they can keep out any nation. Remember, Anon, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now we're done. Let everybody in the chat know that we're done. So now it's just full of memes. Leaves from the vine. So, okay, but again, the point being is that I could go through an entire video doing that, and it would be absolutely fucking creepy. And that seems to be just what's on her channel. The suffering is why they think shunning is okay. They think it'll fix them. Yeah. It's over, isn't it? It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? The minister invited you. Because there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Of course not. Why would there be war in Ba Sing Se? Can I make a dono for an ASMR video of Raz? You can't make a dono to me to get Raz to do an ASMR. You have to make a dono to Raz. Jack, if you make an ASMR Cirrus comic where it's just going, don't worry, Anon. Everything will get better, Anon. I promise, Anon. And just like with every panel, it starts looking more and more like melted and hideous. Hold on, we're gonna have to do ASMR Trump real quick. Okay. Yara, what's going on is we are terrified because to brush everybody up who's coming on the chat now, this woman here, Daughter of Virtue, has a video called Why It Pleases God to Have His Children Suffer. And I was pointing out that during the video, she speaks super, super slowly and very deliberately. And there's a comment in here showing exactly what I'm talking about, where she goes, I really enjoyed this. You speak like you're talking just to me. I really needed to hear this. So then I deliberately started talking very slowly, directly into the microphone, staring directly into the camera, as if I was talking to a person. And I got the entire chat creeped out. Completely and totally creeped out. We also came to the conclusion that there is, in fact, no war in Ba Sing Se. Jack and Quill, I'm tempted, and it is my weekend. Maybe if I can get these commissions finished. Dicks, what if I made it a commission? Support your local artists, people. Fucking do it. Oh! That reminds me. There's a thing I wanted to show you guys. Sorry, I desperately needed chocolate after all that. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my spite? My spiteful support of artists. Here we are. All right. So. All right. This is not a video topic. This is something that I want to talk about, okay? There's a couple of scenarios in which you should accept free art from an artist. Scenario one, they're your friend or partner or what have you, and they are trying to get you to take their art. Okay, cool. Or they're a fan. There's something like Parasocial here, and they're making fan art. Fine. That's fine, too. They're your kid, family member, what have you. Okay, let's talk about scenarios where it's not okay. Anytime the artist has not basically handed the art to you or said that they will make something for you, pay your artist. Now, I do not know this person, Mishi on a Shelf. Apparently, they do a lot of loot art. I started following them because of this post. But let's look at this comment and see what it says, because this is the type of behavior that I cannot stand looking at. I cannot stand seeing. And I think people need to be aware that this is not okay. Okay?
Hello, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel and I was wondering if you could make me a profile picture right now. I can pay you when I get rich and famous.
All right. So, let's talk about how to do this when you're not a really terrible human being. 1, there is no guarantee that when you become a YouTuber, you're going to become famous. There's no guarantee that you're going to succeed. There's no guarantee you're going to do well at all. So that means that there's no guarantee to this artist that there's payment. Hell, even when you do become rich and famous, you may just decide not to because, well, it's beneath you. So, what should you do? I can tell you what I did. I didn't ask artists for art, except in one scenario outside of payment. And the one scenario was when I was doing the Darth Plagueis video, and I said, hey, do any artists want to collaborate on this project? Drop their art in for background pieces for the project. And a handful of artists did drop their stuff in for that project specifically, when it was a collaborative project. Outside of that, don't. Just fucking don't. Do not ask somebody to work for you for free. Always provide something for them. And that something should not be exposure. Okay? It doesn't fucking work. Because exposure to who? You don't have an audience yet. Who are you exposing them to? Even for me, I can't just go to Yara or Jack and Quill or Ghost Chan or Tide and be like, hey, can you make something for me for free? And it'll be good exposure for you. 33,000 subs. Tons of people would love to see your artwork. It'd be a great thing. I'd be shouting you out. That still doesn't make it fucking okay. There's no guarantee that that exposure is going to trickle down to that artist. There's no guarantee that that exposure is going to give them a commission. There's no guarantee that that exposure is going to do shit for them. Even if I had 300,000 subscribers, there's no guarantee that that exposure is going to do anything for them. At all. Pay your fucking artists. But this thread gets worse. So after Mishi hits them with the, oh, do you mean you want it for free?
Whatever. You're so rude. I'll make sure to let other buyers know to give you a bad review and you're a waste of time.
All right, now I have a question for you. Just asking, okay? If I'm a person who's planning on buying art from an artist and you tell me that they were rude to you, I'm going to ask you, well, what was your experience with them? And if you tell me that you tried to get something from them for free, then my next response is going to be, no fucking duh, they were rude to you, you idiot. No fucking duh, your artist was rude to you. What are you going to do, cry about it on Yelp? Okay, sure. Why not? Oh, but it gets better. They make a different account.
Hey, I need art. I really don't have any money. I need it as soon as possible.
Well, if you don't have any money, why are you asking for it? What do you need it for? Do you need the art for a charitable cause? Because an artist might want to do it pro bono if it's like for charity. Because at least then they're doing it for a good cause. What reason are you doing this? But when hit with the I'm sorry I don't do free art,
you're so rude. I will report you. Do it or I'll report you right now.
Oh, well, now I'm sure the artist is incredibly inclined to help you out. I mean, now that you've threatened them. Now that you've threatened them, I'm sure the artist wants to help you, wants to work with you. Oh, but then they change accounts again.
Hi, it's my son's birthday and I don't have any money to get him a birthday gift.
Take him to the park then. I'm sorry. Look, I have had several times on anniversaries, on birthdays, on what have you, where I have not had any money. Find something else to do. Spend quality time. But
we couldn't get him a birthday gift. Can you please draw him a thumbnail for his birthday now? I need it urgent or urgent.
Sorry, I didn't spell it the way he did. Okay, so I'm sure most of you who've read the rest of that know how this ends up. But we'll continue before I comment. I'm sorry I don't do art for free. You can't go to artists asking for free art. Plus, I know it's not your son's birthday. You probably don't even have a son. Stop scamming people with this shitty excuse to get free art. Shame on you.
Okay, die!
It goes from threatening to telling them they need to die and guilt-tripping them and emotionally abusing them because your imaginary son needs a thumbnail. I don't believe you have an imaginary son. Oh, Cirrus, he still has enough faith in humanity to assume this is an alt account, as if artists with large enough audiences don't get this shit all the time. You know? Yeah, that's fair. You're right. I'm sorry, Jack and Quill. You're probably right. This is probably multiple people who are just being absolute fucking dicks. But when I see stuff like this, my thought is, what if people were asking you to do work for free? Let's say that you're a professional lifter. You lift weights, that's what you do. So then somebody says, hey, I need to move some furniture. Could you move it? This is well within your line of work. You can lift. You can lift a fucking couch. Okay, sure. What do you need help with? When? And is there going to be any compensation? I mean, I don't know you. I don't have a reason to help you. I don't know you. Oh, well, I was hoping you could do it for free. No, probably not. Bye. And then you hit them with the okay die afterwards. Do lefty streamers always drink out of huge water tanks? Yes. Like, and I understand, if it's a friend, yeah. Like, if a friend asks me to go help out with moving, or somebody posts on Facebook that they need help moving, I might volunteer my services. But really, at the end of the day, if it's some rando on the internet, what compunction do I have when that's time that could be better spent on someone else? And I am taking so many coping M&Ms. Have you guys ever had dark chocolate M&Ms? These things are like crack. I'm gonna put that over there. I'm gonna keep that shit away from me. Like, honestly, I'm of the opinion that if you have disposable income and there's an artist whose work you like, just commission them for shit. Just, like, find something that you need if you've got the disposable income, or something that you want, and just be like, hey, if I threw you money on the table right now, would you do it? That's not difficult. And I'm not speaking out of my ass here. There are artists in this chat who I have done this exact thing to. Both for needs and wants. Commission your fucking artists. Stuff like this upsets me. Let's see. Scrolling through the chat real quick before we get to the next topic. Jeremy Starr says pet sitting is no work. Yes, the fuck it is. Don't even. If I have to clean up your cat's poop and vomit, if I have to take your dog out, if I have to refill their water and food, if I have to comb them for fleas, if I have to do any of that shit, it's work. And that shit I do for my pets. So why do people think art isn't worth anything? Because usually people who haven't done art think that it's not worth anything. I've taken an art class. I sat there and tried to draw things that are even half as decent as some of the things I've seen from beginners on the internet. And I'm absolutely shit at it. That's why I'm fine commissioning people for shit, because I've tried. I'm bad at it. Like, let me talk about what pet sitting is for my parents, okay? Pet sitting for my parents means medicating their cat, because their cat needs to be fed a certain amount of cat food. That cat food needs to be medicated with stuff to make their bowels work, otherwise they die. They have a German Shepherd. The German Shepherd has to be medicated with painkillers, because if the German Shepherd does not have painkillers, she cannot walk, because she has hip dysplasia, because German Shepherds get that. Their Frenchie needs to be taken to the vet every 2 weeks and needs to be bled out because he has a rare blood disease where his body produces too many red blood cells, and it actually clogs him up. He gets clogged up with blood. Has to be bled out. Okay? Their goats have to be taken care of. Do you know what you do to take care of goats? I have to go down there, and I have to feed them a certain amount of hay pellets, and then I have to fill up all their hay. Oh, what's that? They ripped all the hay out of the side of the barn, and I have to pick it up and put it back? Oh, but they pissed all over it. Never mind. I can't do that. I have to get more hay and put that hay up. Oh, they tipped their water over? I guess I need to refill their whole water. How much water do they have? Oh, just several fucking gallons. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead and put all those up. Am I done? No! Now I gotta take care of their chickens and take all of their eggs and take them back upstairs across several flights of stairs to get the eggs back up into the house. And they lay 7 to 8 a day. Ah, yes, but it's not work. It's never work. Of course not. Fucking hell. Definitely have that stream idea where a bunch of artists from the Discord try to teach you how to draw at the same time. Blair has not been spoken about yet. So goats are a whole new level of pet care. Add in how did you get out to the list of goats. I have chased goats around their yard in a desperate attempt to get them. And 9 times out of 10, I can't even figure out how they got out. Usually it's because they overturned like a random ass rock that just so happened to be exactly where it needed to be for them to get around the gate. If I had to be stranded on an island with either a call for an uprising, Trump, or Daughter of Virtue, who would you choose? I would choose isolation on the other side of the fucking island. So it wouldn't matter which one was on the other side. Throw a bucket of water at the fence. If the water gets through, so will the goats. Jesus. Like, there are some artists I know who can draw, like, in a very short amount of time. Do you want to see one artist I know who can draw, like, super fucking quick? And his art comes out really good? Give me a second. I will grab their art. And it will look very familiar to some of you. Here we go. This artist is able to draw stuff really fast. Can any of y'all guess who this artist is? Me. Some of you should know. Some of you in the stream might actually know this person. No, this one's actually not Jack and Quill. How fast is really fast? This person can do a character portrait in under an hour. Really easy. This one's not tied either. Nope, not Yara. Though Yara's really quick at sketching. No. Here, I'll show you. Because it's a person I've collaborated with before. Nope. It's not me. Here we go. This is Game Apologist. And they do what I wish I could do. They do all their own art for their channel. Like, I wish I could do all the art for my channel because there's a lot of ideas that I have that would be so much easier if I could just do the art myself. Because, like, they've also done these thumbnails for their own channel as well, which I wish I could do. This fucking picture of Sonic getting his face clubbed in. Like, hold on. Let me grab a good quality version of this. Util thumbnail downloader. I am spelling things all kinds of wrong. Like, look at this. Look at the kinetic action in that. Look at the kinetic action here. Just poof. Jack and Quill says, no, but then I don't have a job. Well, look, we live in the reality, Jack, where I do have to commission you for art, so... YouTube yowling louder. Like, when I found out that Nick was making these, when we did our collaboration together on my gaming channel, I was just like, hey, could you handle the thumbnail for this guy? You're way better at this than I am. Like, way better. But yeah, anywho. He punched the highlights out of her hair. I mean, that's basically what happened when Supersonic got smacked. Knuckles got just tired of Sonic asking if he knew the way. All right. So now we need to go ahead and get ready for our next thing. We have two options on the docket. We're either going to go into some Trump pastors doing Trump pastor things, or we're going to get into Blair White. Which do you guys think? You know what? If you guys want us to talk about the Trump pastors first, type a 1. If you want us to talk about Blair White first, type a 2. Let the poll commence. That is a lot of 2s. A lot of people want Blair White first. Give me a sec. I actually need to send a... I need to send a thing. I will be right back. All right. I am back. So, I just had to make sure that a thing that I needed to send through would go through correctly and is done and is finished and is great. So that's good. Anyway, we have a couple of donations I want to read off before we move into looks to be Blair White is what we're going to be tackling based on what everybody is or has posted. And I'll read off those donations after petting Gigi. All right. First one was from Appalachian Folkwick. This mess could justify anti-maskers. If you get it, rejoice. If you're suffering for God. It's bullshit. Yeah, that was on the suffering lady we tackled earlier. And then, Ye Old Underpants Gnome has super chatted $5. Separate question. Should progressives also run as Republicans with progressive ideas marketed under conservative terminology? As genius of a thing as that would be, and as much as I think that that would be a good thing to do, I would be terrified of politicians then using like liberal terminology in order to run as Democrats when they're actually like neo-Nazis. It's a good strategy. I just would be terrified of it being employed in the reverse. But yeah, this is basically super capitalism. It is super capitalism. So yeah. I'm not going to be turning up the mic gain because I know that when the new video is playing, it's going to be awkward. So I'm having the mic gain like this. I might turn it up just a tiny smidge. There we go. That's as far as I'm. Oh no, that's already a bit much. Let's drop that down. There we go. Richard Spencer sounds just like that. Yep. Yep. All right. Let us move that over there. Ooh. There we go. Just popped the neck. Saying that Dan Lipinski exists as a pro-life Democrat, it already happens in Congress. Ew. Thing with Blair White is that she signals to conservatives and signals to transphobes and ends up marketing herself as one of the good ones as far as trans people are concerned. She becomes one of the good ones, just like how Terrence Williams ends up being one of the good ones for black people and conservatives. And that kind of creates a problem. Yeah, let us worship. Never forget hashtag let us worship. All right. So, let me pull up everything, make sure that we're set up. All right. Blair White's somebody we've talked about before, but usually not in video form. So I guess this is going to be my chance to actually talk about an issue where Blair is concerned. Now, the video that I'm looking at today is called Reacting to Transgender Kid Comics, Make It Stop. So this is a type of cringe compilation type of deal, which I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction that, because I've seen 3 minutes of this video, not the entire thing, that there's going to be a lot of misunderstanding things deliberately so that it's like fun and quirky, but this is the kind of stuff that actually leads to people internalizing these types of ideas and, well, leading to problems. So, let's begin.
What do you mean I have boy parts? Are you talking about my penis? Because it's mine and I'm a girl, so it's a girl's penis. So
How is that funny? How is that even cringy? That's if your parts are going to be given whatever gender you happen to be, then yeah, just be a girl's penis. That's logical consequence. It's entailed. What?
Doctors measured the baby's micropenis to know if it could potentially be penetrating. If yes, they'd make a boy of them. What the is this?
Okay, so that's a clip of things before of
Hi.
These are the hot moments of the video that she wanted to clip for the beginning part. Because there's a thing you do as a YouTuber when you actually know what you're doing. I'm not a YouTuber who knows what they're doing. The thing you do is you take the best parts of your video and you put them in the beginning so that people get a taste of what your video is going to be, and then you play your intro, and then you begin the actual video itself. But, okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to my main channel. So in today's video, I actually had a completely different topic planned that I wanted to film about, but you know, it was just a really dark topic, and I
Okay.
don't know, I just woke up in a really good mood today. I've been super bubbly all week, so I was like, okay, do I maintain my good mood and do a video where I might laugh a little for once? Can we laugh in 2020? Please.
No, you can't. Don't even try.
Or do I wreck my mood?
That was actually
and
funny.
Also, some of you guys' moods and do the dark video. I'll save that for the next time. Today, let's just laugh. So I was looking through my Instagram DMs and I saw that one of you guys sent me a message saying, Blair, what are you actually doing? You should have been reacting to this in a video like yesterday, like last year, last decade. And I was like, okay, let me look. Chill. Transgender comics for children. This is apparently, allegedly a thing. And I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Where's the evidence that these are comics for children? I wonder if she's going to present that.
It's because it is the internet, but I really have never seen these. And let me tell you something, I wanted to give them a chance. I said, okay, just because they are comic strips for kids about transgenderism does not mean they're going to inherently be cringe, right? And okay, some of them aren't that bad, and I actually will be giving props where props are due in this video, but most of them are just... I'm gonna react to them.
Okay. There's a lot of preamble here.
Read them to you, story time with Blair, and you're gonna suffer with me, okay? Okay, awesome. We're all in this together, new normal, all that right? So let's just dive in head first. What do you mean I have boy parts? Are you talking about my penis? Because it's mine, and I'm a girl, so it's a girl's penis.
Yeah, that's true. Where's the joke?
You guys know, I've been very honest. I, as a trans woman myself, I'm still pre-op, so, you know, y'all know what I still have down there, but I would never.
See, I don't like this. Okay, let's talk about some terminology real quick that I'm not a big fan of. I've started to move away from wanting pre-op and post-op to be standard terminology, and I'm going to be honest as to why. When you say if you say you're trans but you're pre-op or trans but you're post-op, there's this idea that that's expected. Like, let's say that Blair doesn't want to get rid of her penis, just wants to keep it. By going she's pre-op, that kind of assumes there's going to be a post-op at some point, or even assumes that that's expected. And I don't like that stance. Not every trans person wants surgery. Some people just, like, through hormone therapy and through behavioral changes, get to the point where they're no longer experiencing dysphoria, if you are a trans person who experiences dysphoria, and they get to the point where they're comfortable. They don't need anything. The idea that the surgery is even necessary, it may be for some people, but not necessarily for all. And I'm not a big fan of pre-op, post-op as terminology because of that. Like, I don't think there's anything more I can say about that particularly. Like, I'm okay with the term non-op, like Trend just said in there, but I don't like pre-op or post-op because, again, that seems to be assuming that it's an expectation that it's going to happen eventually. Like, if you go, I'm pre-op, but then you say, but I'm never going to get the operation, well, you're not pre-op. You're just non-op. You're not having the operation. And I don't like the environment that a trans influencer creates when that terminology is constantly being used.
Utter a phrase like this. I'm very self-aware that what I have, you know, regardless of anything else on my body, that is male anatomy. And that's just on period. And honestly, that whole language, like, girl thing, strikes me as very fetishy, and I've only ever even heard that phrase used by, like, men who...
Wait, it strikes you as fetishy to just say that it's a woman's penis? How's that? If you're a woman and you have a penis, it's just a woman's penis. How's that fetishy? Like, yeah, there's the Jessica Yeneves of the world who fetishize certain things like periods, but I don't see how that's fetishy. I don't.
Are fetishizing me, so the fact that it's appearing in a comic book for kids is interesting.
Is there any evidence that these are comics for kids, though? Like, you haven't presented any, aside from them just being comics, have you presented any evidence that these are comics for kids?
That's not a moment for me, that's more like an issue for me. So this one's called The Customer is Always Sis. Hey Scott, here's your coffee, just the way you like it. Thanks Jess, you're the best. Whoa, I had no idea you're transgender.
It's also being pointed out in the chat that Assigned Male, the artist who made the previous comic that Blair was reacting to, doesn't make comics for kids. How is this stuff for kids then? Is it just that it's cartoons? That it's for kids? Because if that's the case, Blair, I'd like to introduce you to some anime. Just let's go ahead and talk about for kids. But then let's talk about some anime that are most certainly not for them. You know what? If it's for kids, go ahead. Your child can watch Kill la Kill. It's fine. It's nothing bad. Nothing's in there that I would question showing a child. That's definitely sarcasm. Or South Park, or Simpsons, or Family Guy, or what have you.
Wow, you're just so beautiful. I never would have guessed. But now that I know, I can see how you used to be, dude.
Okay, so this is a thing that I do have an issue with. This is called clocking, okay? This is when you are trying to look at somebody and determine if they used to be a particular gender. It also happens with age, too. This is literally just clocking, and it's a really bad habit that people tend to do. Like, you don't do the compliment, wow, you're so beautiful, I never would have guessed you're trans. And then suddenly, but let me just try to clock you real quick. That Adam's apple do be looking pretty sus, though. Like, okay. Have you ever thought that this is the same issue with, like, dead naming? Don't draw attention to the fact that there used to be something there. Somebody can be proud and be trans and have, like, a trans bracelet or something or a shirt showing that they're proud that they're trans, but that does not mean they want you to bring attention to the fact that they used to identify a different way or might not have ever identified that way and have simply had to be stuck in the closet for an amount of time. Like, it's one of those, like very microaggression-y things where you don't think you're doing anything bad, but when you are dead naming, when you are clocking, when you are doing these things, it's bad. And there's a certain conspiratorial mindset that comes from this, too. How many of you guys have seen the Michelle Obama used to be a man? That conspiracy, that's a direct result of this kind of thinking. When you are constantly trying to clock, you're sitting there looking at people like Michelle Obama, or there's been people who've done this shit with, like, Shannon Q, who've looked and gone, those shoulders are a bit too broad. It's a man. Like, that's it. This is the kind of stuff. This is generally what you get a lot with, like, Blair's content is it doesn't seem bad until you think about it for a couple of seconds and you're like, oh, wait, no, I can see how that could be harmful. But let's continue.
That one's kind of funny. So honestly, I get the message.
Like, yeah, it is presented in a comedic fashion. It's supposed to be funny. Comedy being used to explain an idea is not abnormal, but
In this one, because I also find it a little annoying. It's usually like drunk girls in clubs or guys who know but still want to hit on you and give you the whole, oh, I never would have guessed, who are like, oh, I never would have known. Getting all up in your mug and shit. But the character of this comic is literally wearing a bracelet that says transgender, which I've never really understood. People do that in real life. Like,
it literally says on the bracelet, trans pride. Okay, so I have a question for anybody in the chat. If you're gay, do you want people to constantly obsess over what you do in the bedroom? Probably not. But at the same time, would you wear a gay pride shirt? Sure, probably. Wearing the shirt that says pride in who I am does not mean that I want you to constantly fucking question it. It'd be like if I was wearing a shirt that said, like, gamer pride, right? Or I was just like, I'm a proud gamer. And then fucking Jack Thompson comes walking down. Disbarred motherfucker Jack Thompson looking at me like, did you know that Grand Theft Auto is the reason that multiple mass shootings happened? Did you know? I was disbarred because I tried to convince people that video games caused everybody to be violent. Like, I don't want to have this fucking conversation just because I'm a gamer. I don't. And I guarantee you a trans person doesn't want to have this conversation with you just because they're wearing a trans pride bracelet. It's not hard. It's not difficult.
Literally wearing a bracelet that says transgender, which I've never really understood. People do that in real life. Like, this is a real thing. Like, people walk around with like trans flags and like transgender and like trans tattoos in their chest and stuff. And it's like, ooh, why would you do that? I can't relate to that. And I'm not judging because I have a vegan tattoo, and safe to say, homegirl is not vegan anymore. But you know, if you're gonna wear transgender on your forehead, basically, you probably shouldn't be shocked when people bring it up to you.
It's not that you should be shocked. It's that it should be accepted in society over time as just a matter of respect not to engage in that behavior. When you get to know somebody better, when they're no longer a stranger, you might be able to sit there and have the conversation, hey, can we talk about like your life, like how things used to be? What feelings and emotions did you have that brought you to where you are today? A respectful dialogue about not why someone is trans, but how they found out they're trans. That's a thing you can have with a friend or somebody that you know. You don't do that with a random stranger in a coffee shop, and that's what the comic is showing, Blair. Missing the point.
You're a guy?
I was.
You're a guy?
Past tense.
It's the story of a healthy baby that made the doctors really anxious because of their micro penis. You see, it's because that baby challenged the common belief of doctors and society about what makes a girl and a boy.
Okay, so we got to talk about sex for a second here. Generally speaking, if you are a biologist, you do not look at the size of a penis to determine whether or not male or female. You look at gametes. Gametes! That's the main thing you look at. Technically, there are 5 things you look at, but the main one, the one with the biggest factor, is gametes, not penis, not chromosomes. Chromosomes do end up making up your gametes, by the way, but let's not fall for the fallacy of composition. Oh my god.
So doctors measured the baby's micropenis to know if it could potentially be penetrating. If yes, they'd make a boy of them. What the f*** is this? This one is just really uncomfortable, and if I told you I even understood what they were trying to educate people on in this one, I'd be lying.
So there is a misunderstanding in the comic itself, and that misunderstanding is what a biologist specifically would be looking for where sex is concerned. But again, when we're talking about this, if we're talking about just like a doctor, yeah, they might be looking at that and saying, "Oh, there's testes and gonads. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing." Okay, the 5 things that we look for in sex generally. Okay, we're looking at phenotypical expression, gonadal expression, chromosomal expression, gametal expression, and genitalia expression. So the expression of is it a penis or a clit? The expression of are they testes or ovaries? The expression of is there an X or Y chromosome? Ignoring outliers like Klinefelters. Do these chromosomes make up a sperm or ovum producing gamete? And what phenotype is expressed here? Are there going to be developing breasts? Are there things like an Adam's apple to look at? These are phenotypical expressions that are going to be there. All of these are used when determining sex if you're outside of just a strict, like, biologist understanding of sex. Okay? Of course, there's going to be confusion if a doctor is only looking at penis size, because there are other factors to look at. The purpose of the comic is to show that you can't just use a penis to determine whether or not this is a male or female. There are other factors to look at. It's not hard. Like, yeah, it's complicated, but it's not hard.
Can someone explain this one in the comments to me, because
I just did.
It's kind of just making me feel itchy. A gay couple raising a kid, aren't you afraid it'll confuse him? Well, my parents were cis and straight, but that never confused me as to how gay I was. Same. Don't you know cis and straight couples have had gay children for ages? You're already confusing me. Imagine how it'll be for the kid. And then the kid is gay and not confused.
I thought this was supposed to be about transgender kid comics. How is this a transgender comic, Blair?
So I understand the message of this one, like you're trying to say, like, just because the parents are gay doesn't mean the kid are going to be gay, you know, and obviously I support gay couples adopting. That's a no-brainer, but the artist is like leaning into the stereotype that gay couples make their kids gay.
No, they're not. That's not what they did. Your conservative audience probably thinks that that's what it is and that's what you have to grift into, but no, that's not what the comic suggests.
Like, they drew the kid as gay. Like, they made the baby gay.
And?
It's a gay. Having gay parents does not make you gay, okay? Watching Blair White videos makes you gay. She's too young to decide to be a girl, said no one ever to the cisgender girl. That's because they don't decide. That's like the point.
Yeah! You fell into it, didn't you?
Okay, anyways. We'll never agree on that one.
Trans people didn't decide to be trans. You don't decide your identity. Your identity is based off of your beliefs and based off of your lived experiences. You don't control your beliefs or your lived experiences. So you don't decide to be trans. It's just a thing that happens. You decide to come out of the closet. You decide who you communicate that to. You decide how you present that to people. But you don't decide to be trans. There's nothing to disagree with here, Blair. There's nothing to disagree with here.
Respect intersex babies. Don't mutilate them. Okay, so I said I was going to give props where props are due, and I actually like this one because I've watched a bunch of documentaries on intersex people. It's really interesting, and if you don't know what intersex means, it's basically an umbrella term for a bunch of different conditions that babies can be born
XXY,
with that make their
Klinefelters,
biological
etc.
sex less identifiable. So you have some babies that are born with, like, you know, internal female organs like ovaries, and then external male organs like testes, and a bunch of different variations of that. So a lot of these intersex babies, when they're born, are actually given corrective surgeries and basically given sex changes when they're just a few hours old, because the parents and the surgeon, they all decide, like, that this is going to be a boy, this is going to be a girl. And unfortunately, it really messes up a lot of these adults when they get into adulthood, because, you know, they had their gender basically decided for them. Like, really decided for them, not just how activists claim, you know, and it, like, doesn't match how they grow up. So it's really interesting, and I actually agree with this one, so that's a good one. Babies can't consent to these surgeries.
Yeah.
So this one
we
is
agree
called
with Blair.
Because-
Congratulations, it happened. Also, Chris has been timed out because children go to timeout.
Don't get it. Hey mom, I wanted you to meet my friend Ellery. Hi, Jessica's mom. Hello. So which pronouns do they go by, he or she? As if that's like a normal question to ask someone when they greet.
Okay, so I got a question for anybody in the chat. Who here has met someone on Twitter, okay? Or seen somebody on Twitter who was cool, or in a Discord or what have you, where they didn't have, like, a pronoun set up, and you've asked one of their friends, or even asked them, hey, what pronouns do you go by? How many of you have done this in real life? Because if you've been having these types of conversations for a while, it happens more often than you'd think, Blair. It happens more often than you'd think. When Pokemon Go started, and that started getting really big, I remember there was a person in the park that I went to, that I played at a lot, and we ended up hanging out for a little bit, just like trying to catch Pokemon and talking a tiny bit. And when I introduced myself, the first thing I had to do was go, hey, what are your pronouns? Because they were completely androgynous. I had no way of knowing. Turns out they were also trans. They were female to male trans. So it's a good thing that I asked them and didn't just take a fucking guess. It's not a difficult thing to do. It's no different than asking, hey, what's your name? Or, hey, what's their name? I forgot their name. These are things that are not difficult, and I've done them in real life, and these were things I did, 5 years ago? Well, Pokemon Go came out when? Fucking whenever it came out. 4 or 5 years ago. And they didn't seem weird to me then, and they don't seem weird to me now. Like, Jesus.
But whatever. Neither, actually. They go by they. They? That doesn't make any sense. They means more than one person.
No, it doesn't. Even in this fucking book, singular theys can be found.
You literally just use they as a singular pronoun. And since when do you care about grammar? Okay, so are they really a boy or a girl? Sorry, my mom is a clueless cis sexist, but she's trying. Sort of. No worries, I'm pretty used to it. I'm sorry, I just don't get you gender kids. What does cis sexist mean?
It means that she is... Okay, so while that is kind of a weird phrase, I do understand what it means. You're basically trying to use a stand-in for something like transphobe that is less pointed than transphobe. But they are being sexist in favor of people who are cis and against people who are not cis. So trans, again, the shorthand we would normally use is just some form of transphobe. But again, this is not complicated. Like, the mother doesn't understand. And when they're trying to go, oh, are they really a boy or a girl? Well, no, they are a they. That gender socially constructed. Their social classification of personal identification is they. That is what they are comfortable with. That is what they are using. That's not difficult, Blair. You look so, like, she looks so confused here. But there's no reason to be confused. They like Cheetos. They lost their wallet. Like, Jesus.
I don't even keep up with all these words. Honestly,
How is... It is never, at any point in time, a good argument to say, I cannot keep up with this. Technology does not suddenly become bad because you can't keep up with it, or become obsolete because you can't keep up with it. Words don't suddenly become silly because you can't keep up with them. Language evolves. It does it pretty normally. You either accept that fact or don't, but one of those acceptances is reality.
I just don't understand how these are made for kids. Like, this literally just comes across as, like, activist dribble.
Is this made for kids, though? Again, at what point is it presented that this is made for kids? You can say that it's activist drivel, but we can say the same thing about your content here. You're just being an anti-activist, and it's still drivel. But the people who you have presented so far, one of which most certainly does not make their comics for kids. I don't... Jesus fucking
Like,
Christ,
I don't
Blair.
understand how the demographic of these things are for kids. It feels like they were just made by activists for other activists to read, and they just call it for kids. I mean, honestly...
Did they call it for kids, though? Or did you call it for kids, Blair? Moreover... Wow, Blair, I wonder what it's like to make content for an echo chamber. I wonder what that must be like. That's okay, Blair, don't worry, you're one of the good ones. Now, don't get me wrong, there is value to Blair being a trans influencer. I'm sure there are conservatives who get introduced to Blair who reaffirms their conservative ideology, but exists as a trans person. So they might end up moving from they're one of the good ones into, wait, no, trans people just aren't that bad. That's a thing that might happen. It happened with gay people. But that doesn't suddenly mean that our content is good. That's just me looking for a silver lining.
Honestly, when I was a kid, I was watching Power Rangers and Pokemon and staying up past my bedtime to watch The Simple Life with Nicole Richie and Paris Hilton. Like, that was my life.
And
I feel like if I was given these to read as a kid, I would be even more messed up than I am right now. This one's...
But if that's the case, then you just said that would mean that the media that you already consumed messed you up. So then what's the fucking point? Okay.
called Assigned Male, and it's like a doctor and a mom and a trans child in this one. You're all set. Your mom will tell me if there's anything wrong with your hormone blocker prescription. You'll get your first shot in 2 days. Can you change the sex marker on my ID now? Asked the little girl.
No.
They even put it on the library card. I can't borrow books because of it. Oh, sadly, you can't change it unless you have your actual sex changed. And then the little girl's yelling at her mom, but mom, you told me sex was hormonal. The little girl says, I hate how the definition of sex is as arbitrary as gender stereotypes. This adult game is boring. Yeah, this is literally just activist dribble. It's
So, okay, so while, yes, that comic is a little cringy, because that's not how kids talk, right? At the same time, it literally is framing this as a game that adults play. That's the point of the comic. And I'm going to be honest, I actually don't see how that's not apropos. Gender is a societal game, and adults are largely responsible for the language and the distribution of ideas where that's concerned, both in the research department and in just general praxis. So the idea that this is just activist drivel, like, no, it's just pointing out that this is a societal game, and we play it. Also, can I point out that this is a point against the comic creator here, potentially. The reason that they would not change something on your ID or anything until you've had time with the hormone blockers is the point of puberty blockers is not to affirm that you will be trans. They are to buy you time to determine whether or not this is a decision you want to actually make. They generally buy you about 5 to 7 years of time. And the only real side effect we have found so far has been that hormone blockers can potentially lead to a deficiency in calcium, which is bad, yes. And if you actually care about this particular one, they can also end up making you sterile. But if you had to take the choice between being fertile and miserable or sterile and happy, I would rather take happy. Like, you can always adopt. There's always other options. But regardless, the chances of those things happening are decently low, and there's always risks to literally any medication that ever happens. And the point of the puberty blocker is to buy you time. If a puberty blocker is administered at about 10 or 11, when you would be starting puberty, then they would be taken away by the time you are about 16 or 17, when you are at an age where you are more qualified to be introspective enough to determine whether or not you actually want to go through with standard puberty, being cis, or if you want to go through a different type of puberty utilizing hormones. That's what puberty blockers do. That's their job. There's nothing confusing about that.
It's so telling how in this comic the little girl complains about how it's hard, like, making adult decisions, but the message of it is to convey that these are decisions that are okay for children to make.
No, that's not the message. The message is that gender is a societal game that's silly to play.
Seems a bit contradictory to me. And biological sex, unfortunately, is very far from arbitrary in 99.9% of cases, but...
Yes, but the way in which it is phenotypically shown to people on the outside has a great deal to do with one's personal dysphoria, whether or not they experience it. And by the way, can I just point out that the idea that sex is not arbitrary, but just something that is innate and that we cannot control in any way, shape, or form is completely contingent on technology. Decades ago, it would have been thought completely strange and out of the ordinary for us to even have some of the surgeries we have right now. Things that would have been considered innate. Dying of appendicitis was innate until we found out we could remove it. Until we found out what was causing these things and we could remove them. These things that you consider innate are usually, generally, temporarily innate until we develop a technology that helps us move forward. Right now, we can change genitalia expression, we can change gonadal expression, we can change phenotypical expression. How long? Until we can change chromosomal expression and, by extension, gametal expression. Give it time. Technology is a wonderful tool. Modern medicine is a wonderful thing.
Yay. All right, I can feel an aneurysm occurring right here, like literally right here.
So is this where you show us the
That was
evidence
my
that these were for
huge
kids?
from this video. Hope you guys enjoyed this little
No,
story.
we didn't enjoy, and you didn't show us that they were for kids, Blair. You never demonstrated that these were for kids. You just said they were for kids, I guess by virtue of them being cartoon comics, and then ad-hommed them by calling them activist drivel instead of actually arguing with the underlying things that were being said in the comics. Strawman the things that were being said in the comics that it was easier for you to deal with. And based on the amount of times that I have seen Blair White content reviewed by other people, though this is the first time I've reviewed it on my own channel, that seems to be the general consensus when it comes to Blair White. Straw manning, making things easier for her and her audience to tackle instead of actually breaking things down bit by bit. Yes, these things can get complicated. Yes, the terminology can get crazy. Yes, there's a lot of new things to learn. But Google is a wonderful thing, and you can look this shit up, and it's not the most difficult thing. It's not hard, it's just complicated. But if you guys enjoyed this video and my own personal self-loathing, then please go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, hit the bell notification icon so that you can be notified whenever new videos come out, and whenever new streams happen. New streams happen, generally speaking, at 1 p.m. not PST, Eastern, most days, and videos generally go out at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. respectively, Eastern, whenever I have them available to go out. If you enjoyed my content and what I do, please consider becoming a patron, where you can see some more behind-the-scenes stuff and less presented in format stuff. And with all that said, remember to hit like and subscribe, and that's the end of this one. Oh, hey, Baked Alaska resisted getting arrests. Woo. Have I seen Tree of Logic stream debunking? No, I haven't. All right, we're going to have to do this again. Children go in timeout. Woo! And I'm still here. The stream's not ending. That's just me ending that segment. How's it going, Allison? The chaotic kitten. Aw, Chris Brooks was timed out. How bad? How sad. How terrible. Okay. Okay. Wait, what was the dumb shit on about in chat I was lurking? Chuds. Chuds being chuds. Really, that's it. That's it. Are you coming to the tree where we watched a Blair White video? Now I want to fucking die. What's your opinion on when people say romantic instead of sexual? Well, I make a distinction between the two. Like, for instance, somebody can be pansexual, like find sexual attraction from multiple people, but aromantic. They don't feel a romantic attraction towards anybody. And reverse, somebody can be asexual, but be cisromantic, where they have romantic attractions to the opposite gender / sex, but they generally don't actually feel urges to have sex with them. Now, granted, they might still have a libido. They have no attraction towards anybody, but they still have the urge to release. But yeah, I have no problem with the words being used separately as opposed to interchangeably, personally. You mean hetero-romantic? I mean, yeah. Cis-romantic, hetero-romantic, same thing. Same thing. Yeah, I do mean hetero-romantic. Look. Wrong word. Wrong word. Yes, hetero-romantic. Congratulations. Cyrus the Skeptic debunked. Cis-romantic just sounds mean. You're a fucking cis-romantic, aren't you? You're attracted only to... Oh, actually, no. Cis-romantic would be a completely different, too. That'd be attracted to cis people. Stop being pedantic romantic. The Virgin Cirrus versus the Chad English language. I'm sus romantic. I am only attracted to people who are about to get thrown out the airlock in Among Us. On Fire just says, just became a Patreon. I can afford to give, but only so much, so I had to do a customized donation. Well, thank you for that. And said, more concerned about the socially ingrained and cisnormative use of opposite sex/gender. I could see that as an issue. Though, as nomenclature, it is easy to use that. My relationship with Raz can be completely explained by me being sus romantic. Raz is sus, therefore attracted to Raz. All right, we're going to pause for just a second, and then we will get back to some Trump preachers. I will see you all in a moment. Alright, guys, I am so sorry that that took so long. Alright. Alright, I am back. I had very, very bad bathroom times, unfortunately. So I'm sorry that that took so terribly long. But we are back now. Oh, shut up, Jack. Oh, no, Chris. Oh, darn. Damn, my finger slipped. You accidentally got hidden from the channel. For being a dumb shit. I'm sorry. I was on Twitter on the toilet, yes. In fact, this is fake clone Cirrus. The George Soros made fake cloned Cirrus. Moonstar says that they have made fan art. I shall go check the fan art section. So since I'm not able to really do the fan art thing the way that I used to, I'm going to try to just show the fan art whenever it pops up in stream. That way I can still be acknowledging people who drop fan art in. Think that works for everybody else? I hope it does. Does still play WoW? Not right now. Not at the moment. Alright. So, we just got this fan art. Straight from Moonstar. It's me sitting there with the fucking Blitzfire. Pay your fucking artists. I like that. I like that a lot. I enjoy that. It's also ironic that that was the fan art, so that I didn't pay for. All things considered. But that is perfect. That is perfect. Okay, so here's what we're going to start trying to do. Here's what we're going to start trying to do. I need to drop this into, let's see, new folder, fan art currently, and then has been shown. For the time being, this is how we're going to do stuff. So this goes into fan art currently, which means I should be able to drop it right here. And there it be. So that's going to be here-ish. And we'll try to have that there. So whenever I pop over to this screen, fan art will be there. And then we can pop back over here. And bounce back and forth. The Blitzfire is loaded with real ammo. There we go. It's like the Blitzfire, only real bullets. Alright. Okay. Has the cat gotten enough pets yet? Let's see. Gigi, have you gotten enough pets? Does this cat have plenty pets? She's so fluff. Hi, baby. Hi, Gigi, baby. How's your chin? Is it nice and scritched? Is it nice? Is it a nice and scritched chin? Oh, that's so good. That's the good chin scritches. She does deserve all the pets. 3 of the cats are snuggling all in the same bed right over there, if none of you noticed. Let me see if I can make it easier to see. They have deserved all the pets. Yumi, do you want to come over here, or are you comfy over there? I think Yumi's comfy over there. Okay. Communism is when no cats. It's when no cat. All right. Thank you very much for subscribing 18 minutes ago while I was taking the giant poo. Clorox waifu. I wish my fluffy cat was that sweet. All of our cats are sweet. All of them are. We raise them to be very sweet babies. That was the cutest sound, Gigi. You do the big yawn. You do the big yawn. Said, how do we keep up with so many cats? Basically, if they come up asking for attention, we give them attention. That's the biggest thing. Also making sure that they have at least 5 litter boxes available. I mean, heck, one of their litter boxes is right under the Nerf guns. And making sure that they have the big bowl. And they share their water with Growlithe, so if we're watering one, we're watering all of them. Okay. Let's see where we are as far as live streaming is concerned. Pop over here. All right. So, remind me if fan art gets submitted into the fan art folder. I will try to go ahead and drop it into the stream so that we can have any fan art that comes on stream being used. Ugh. And let me go ahead and get rid of all my shit. Do cats ever go outside? Are they all house kitties? So we sometimes take our cats outside, but generally it's only like Terror. Right now is the only one that's been conditioned to go outside, and they only go outside when they have a harness on and can be walked around. Gigi and Yumi have escaped before, actually out of the window right in front of me. But they come back. At least these two have come back. But no, generally I don't want them to go outside because we live out in the woods and there's coyotes, and I'd be very concerned about their safety. Are we checking out Tree's debunking stream? So who is Tree? Tree of Logic? Because, I mean, I hadn't planned on it. Like, I haven't actually seen any of her content before either, so... So who in the chat can actually tell me who this Tree of Logic person is? So like I said, I have not seen their content before. Your brain. Tree of Logic hurts your brain. Mention. Okay, so saying that apparently Tree of Logic hurts people's brains. Let's see. Turn the balcony into a carriage as long as they don't use Yggdrasil as part of. Or do you have a flat Earth? Nothing out here. Okay, so there's a conversation split between the Tree of Logic stuff and the cat stuff. MAGA Falcon Christian Flat Earther. Oh, fucking, that's a mouthful. Apparently she's had a discussion with Richard Spencer. Blexit? What the fuck is Blexit? At least she's got a decent take on Candace Owens, it looks like. Sean King, the truth about Talcum X is... So, I'm getting a lot of mixed signals from this person. Just looking through their channel. Like... She's done several own videos of people on the left. Hey, honey.
It's so warm in here. You have all of the cats.
I do.
You have every single cat.
I do.
Oh, I love you all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I have warmed the office, and so they just want to stay in here.
Little scream, baby. They're so tired.
They are.
I'd give you love, but you're too far away.
Yeah, and it's hard to actually get to Yumi until...
Well, I'm gonna play Phasmophobia because I haven't gotten to play
Okay,
for a while, so.
go right ahead.
I say this because I'm also gonna try to find a plug-in for my headphones. Because my aux cable is currently plugged into the tablet. You're the one that plugged it in. So I gotta try. My headphone cable, which I said that you could use until we got a new one, is plugged into the tablet in the kitchen.
Wait.
Because I'm trying to plug my headphones into my VR headset. Because my headphone cable isn't physically long enough to go into the play area to play if it's away from my desk. So I was going to attach it right to the Oculus, but
Gotcha.
I don't have the aux cable for it.
I'm the Sally.
I want an aux cable.
Can we get you an aux cable later?
Give
You
me
need-
paw. Get paw.
You want Gigi's paw?
Paw. You meow every time I do this, but then you take it. Yes, I'll do it to you too.
You heading away, Gigi? Have you had enough of us today?
I'm irritating all of the children. Here you go,
I think Gigi's going to go get a snack.
I think she's hungry.
Yeah. I love you.
There's like a 10-degree difference.
I know. I wanted to stream comfortably.
It's certainly comfortable.
Yes, it is.
I'll leave this kind of cracked for Gigi.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Dix. Have fun. Enjoy. Escape. Alarm, alarm. The cats are being taken. Terror. Terror, why are you staring out the door? Hi, baby. Hi, Terror. You want to come over this way or no? Come on, Terror. No? Do you even know what you want to do? Okay, well, you do you. Fine. I'll talk to the cats. Okay. But we have Nerf gun. It's not 1984. We have Nerf gun. That was loud in my ear. That was very loud in my ear. I'm just gonna put that away. I'm just gonna put that right there. Oh, my ear's ringing now, and I already have tinnitus. That's enough. That's enough for me. Okay. Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made. All right. We ready? We ready to deal with some Bible Belt silliness? So, those who know me know I'm from the Bible Belt, right? Okay? So, how does it feel to me, to be someone like me, do you think, when I see pastors comparing Trump to Jesus? Trump, you know, one of the least Christ-like figures in our political landscape, to Jesus Christ. Well, if you don't know how that feels, how about I introduce you to it?
See, listen to me. We're a nation that is literally full of rage. 70 to 80 million people feel like they've been betrayed.
Yeah! That's why I moved left, my dude. Because I feel betrayed. Because wannabe oligarchs, fascists, hypercapitalists, all y'all fuckers who do everything to make it really hard for working class people to survive are not my friends. I am not terribly happy with you guys. But I live in a reality where I've got to find some way to function, which generally involves handing people like Walmart, Target, etc. money. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're not talking about economics. No, we're talking about Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ Trump, that is.
May I remind you that a lot of what was going on when Jesus came the first time will be going on when he comes the second time.
So, okay, I love this kind of argument. I absolutely love this argument. Would you like to know why? What are the things that will be going on during the end times that we hear all the time? There will be wars and rumors of wars. There have always, at every stage of history where human beings have been able to group up in large enough units, there have always been wars and rumors of wars. This is nothing special. This is nothing new. Practically every year after Christ's death is a time where there's either been a war or a rumor of war somewhere. And someone can use it. Someone can use that as reason to say that, oh, the apocalypse is coming now. There's always these vague and vapid things being said about what constitutes the end times coming. And it never amounts to anything. But I've yet to hear about Daddy Trump. Let's find out what happens with the God Emperor.
Did you know when Jesus stood before Pilate, stood there beside Pilate, stood there in front of the nation, he was betrayed by family?
Which family? I mean, I know Judas, and I know that I know there are people like betrayed him, but is it really a betrayal? I gotta ask. Is it really a betrayal if you're an omniscient being and you dying is part of your plan? Is that really a betrayal? Like, honestly, if losing is part of the plan, that sounds less like a betrayal and more like a hustle. That sounds way more like a hustle to me than a betrayal. Jesus Christ the poker player. He's ready to lose, but don't worry, he'll come back 3 days later. So, I don't know exactly what he's getting at here. I don't. Let's see if maybe there's a little more context. We're halfway through this clip already, though.
Did you know that Jesus, when he cried out on the cross, cried out, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
Okay, and? Like, don't get me wrong, I too am a fan of chop suey. But I don't know what it has to do with this.
Betrayed by family, betrayed by friends, betrayed by his own nation.
Okay. So the question becomes, my guy, what does this have to do with Trump? Are you trying to say he was betrayed by his own nation? Man, I fucking hope churches like this lose their 501(c)(3)s. I hope they have to get politics out of the fucking pulpit or they lose their tax-exempt status. I'm sorry. There was a time where I was completely on board with letting churches stay tax-free, as long as it meant they didn't preach politics from the pulpit. But these last couple of years have shown me that they're going to do it anyway. And they're going to be loud and proud about it. And then when they lose their tax-exempt status, they get to whine and bitch like Greg Locke did about being the poor persecuted Christian because they lost tax-exempt status of all things. You know, ignore rendering unto Caesar. Ignore, actual fucking Bible. So, apparently, the comparison here is that Trump got betrayed, so that's like Jesus in the most vague and vapid ways. Did we put Trump on the cross and nail him? Let's pretend I have a hammer right there, but I'm really lazy. So this is the nail gun. Just one wrist of Trump there. Do it again. One wrist of Trump there. Nailed him right in and just... Did he scream out, America, God, you have forsaken me. God, I don't know why you would do this. Everyone said that the nation would betray me. And people didn't believe it. People didn't believe it, but I knew it. I knew. God, why have you forsaken me? I know why you've forsaken me. I know why you've forsaken me, God. Is that what you're saying happened here? Really?
His own country. 70 to 80 million people feel betrayed. We've been betrayed by the news media. We've been betrayed by the Democrat Party. Some of our own Republicans, our own representatives, some of our judges, even our vice president.
How, though? How have you been betrayed? Do you not know how to count? Trump gets 74 million votes. Biden gets 81 million votes. Biden has more votes. Biden gets 306 electoral college votes. It's either that or 321. One or the other. Trump gets fewer electoral college votes. Biden wins. Mathematics. Why have you forsaken me? Everyone knows why. Real Trump supporters don't know how to count. Counting is for communists. They use it when figuring out where to put the potatoes. Okay, mathematics is bad. I've been saying it for years. Why do they teach math in school? They use Arabic numbers, you know. Arabic numbers in American schools. Why do they do this? Why do they do this? They know why. They know why. If the fake news isn't going to tell us why. Numbers. Good for potatoes, not good for elections. Real bad for elections. Is there anything else in this video? Anything else? No, just him staring, very angry. Just people saying amen. It's not every time. It's never just the fact that these people say this dumb stuff on the pulpit. That's not the part that scares me the most. The part that scares me the most, 9 times out of 10, is the people agreeing, the people going, amen. Amen, brother. Amen. Why? Why is not one person in your audience coming up and going, hey, I kind of disagree with what you're saying. Maybe you should not. Like, I know that I'm live streaming, so this isn't the most one-to-one analogy, but if I get something wrong in a live stream, people tell me in the stream. I get corrected in real time. Okay? And yeah, it's embarrassing sometimes, but dear God, am I fucking thankful for it. I would rather be corrected and embarrassed than be wrong and just continue being wrong. It is much more embarrassing to be wrong for a long period of time and then realize it and go, whoa, shit, why didn't anybody say something? Like... And again, I think that people like this should lose their tax-exempt status if this church does not have tax-exempt status removed already, because you're preaching not only politics in the church, but you're also completely and totally indoctrinating people into conspiracy theories. But I guess we'll go ahead and end on this note. Same pastor. Thank you very much, Ahmed, for subscribing. Thank you very much for the subscription. And Chiquita Wits for subscribing as well. Let us go ahead and end on a good note, I suppose. Oh, wow, that's muted. That is very muted.
Just
there we
say,
go.
oh my God!
Oh, God! Headphone warning. Headphone warnings. Ah, I'm so sorry. I should have put a headphone warning. I forgot that got that loud. Ow! That hurt my ears. And I have audio control. Okay, I thought we were ending on a good note. I didn't realize we were ending on a painful note. I guess that's the difference in audio fidelity when I watch something on the toilet and then when I watch something using headphones. Ow. Ah. Okay, well, if you can still hear things after that, if that did not destroy your eardrums, please go ahead and leave a like, go ahead and subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, check the description for various links. I don't know if anybody would want to support me on Patreon after that shit, though. Holy crap. Thank you all for watching. Ow, my ears. Now you know why it was muted. Yes, exactly. Ow. Fuck. I don't even need this thing to torture myself. The video did it for me. The video did it for me. Okay, you know what we're gonna have to do? Nah, we gotta do this now. If I don't do this now, someone's gonna tell me in the comment section that I hurt them. Here, go away, me. Go away, other me. God, I look like a fucking incel in that. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix this silliness here. We drop this in. Let's find the pain area. Oh! There it is! The part that is so much louder than everything else. Earbud warning. Earbud warning.
Oh my God!
There it is. We can just... Earbud warning. Earbud warning. Oh, God. There we go. Okay. Now let's lower that down. Okay. There we go.
Oh my God!
Oh, God. That's better. That's better, but we can do better. We can make that less painful. Okay.
Just
There we
say,
go.
oh my God!
Oh, God. Headphone
Just
warning.
say,
Headphone warnings. Okay. There we go. There we go. We have fixed it. It will not cause anyone any more pain when this is re-uploaded. We have saved the world. We can export now. The world is safe. That's better. Okay. I'm so sorry that everybody had to deal with that the first time around. We all got to suffer. I have just tried to make the suffering less bad. I hope that the future generations will see what I have done and will not persecute me any longer. For I have done my best to save them from the non-consensual ear-fucking that I dealt with. Okay, so this one is... Okay, this is the video that I need to upload. That's good. We're all good. Everything's being uploaded. I'm doing my work as I'm doing my work. This is called efficiency. I should never have become a YouTuber. My head hurts now, thanks. I'm sorry, Moonstar. I'm sorry your head hurts. My head hurts too. Now's as good a time to make a sandwich as any. Agreed. Agreed on the sandwich. Do I have food in that? I think I still do. I do! Aha! I have a piece of fried fish! I don't know when I'm gonna eat that, but I have it! Oh, I'm so thankful. I am so thankful that I still have some food. Oh! And I have coleslaw in there, too. I forgot that I got Captain D's this morning. I'm sorry. I have a thing of Captain D's. And so, here's what happened. I looked to my right minutes ago and went, oh, that's some Chinese takeout that I need to throw away. And then just turned back around and ignored it. Little did I know, I actually cleaned this office. So that's not the Chinese takeout from yesterday. That's the Captain D's from today. It's from this morning. It's not that old. So, I'm happy that that's there. If you make a hush puppy with that fish, you could perform a miracle. Wait, you're right. I do have a hush puppy. You mean I could perform a miracle? With this? I think we're going to be able to feed the entire audience with this alone. Am I shill for Captain D's now? No. No, I'm not. But, doesn't the fish smell? Not really. After you fry the fish, it doesn't actually smell. Not that bad. Once you fry it and you cook it and you bread it, I smell the breading more than the fish. Is Captain D's like Long John's? Yes, it is very close to Long John Silver's. You've never seen fried fish, Yara? You'll have to visit the United States at some point and like come to one of the various places where we deep fry things for no good reason. Well, of course you don't fry many things there. You guys are healthy in Germany. We're not in the United States. Especially not in the South. There's a rule in the South. Okay? The rule is very simple. If you don't know what to do with it, drop it in a fryer. Oreos get deep fried here. We've deep fried butter here. Everything gets deep fried. Am I in the South? Yes, Zoe. I am in Georgia. Yeah, if you go to a county or state fair, you can. Morgan's right. You can get all the deep fried foods in one sitting. All of it. Who says I'm suddenly getting a heart attack? Yeah. Deep fried butter. What in the hell are Southerners doing with food? Our best. How does one deep fry ice cream? So what you do is you get ice cream incredibly cold right out the freezer. You dip it in batter, and then you flash fry it, which means you have very hot oil, about 450 degrees. You drop it into the fryer, you fry it super quick, and then you pull it out. And usually the batter that you have is dense so that it can hold the ice cream even when it's fried. It's not a thing that I personally enjoy, but there are some restaurants here that actually sell deep-fried ice cream. Eat some real food. We have Schweinsteigen on sauerkraut. Okay, so is that just like a bratwurst with sauerkraut on it? Because if so, I already eat that. We keep those here too. Is deep-fried ice cream good? I don't like it, but I know some people who do. Jesus, eat a salad, people, or are you frying that too? Belgarth, I hate to introduce you to what an egg roll basically is. And American chain Chinese places, you get a lot of egg rolls there. Should I explain that an egg roll is basically a fried salad? Oh no. Yes, the salad is fried too. We just call it an egg roll. Are there any more segments? I am probably going to be doing the second half of the It's Good for Everyone to Suffer segment. And then that might be it. And then I might actually switch to a video game stream after we're done, but I don't want to harm the channel itself, and that seems to be a thing that's happening. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be hopping over to Twitch right afterwards. So anybody who wants to keep watching the stream once it moves into a gaming stream can follow me over to Twitch. $450, yeah, it's Fahrenheit. All things are salads, yes. All things are sandwiches, too. So what happens if Southerners get bored and drunk and start dropping crap into the fryers for fun? Yeah. Yeah, it's true. We do. All right, give me just a second. I got to figure out what's going on. Sorry, guys. Took a little bit. Had to get some stuff taken care of. That's the ends of the words I'm looking for. Okay. So, I see we have officially hemorrhaged half of the people watching because of the amount of times I've had to pause today, which is fine. That's my fault anyway. All right. We've got half a video to get into. So we may as well go ahead and get into that half a video. All right. Ugh. So, earlier I had to take a break from this video because it was... Well, when you're comparing human beings to olives and saying that it's a good thing to essentially crush people to death, I have a hard time dealing with the bullshit in your video to begin with, and that just got a little graphic for me. Let's see if we can't complete our first video from Daughter of Virtue.
And then they would press it a second time, and that second press, the oil they would get.
Yeah, so we're still talking about pressing people into pancakes. Got it.
They would make, they would cook with it. They would make perfumes with it. And that was like the second best quality. And then they would press it again a third time. And that third and final time they would press it was the least quality, but they would use it for oil lamps and things like that. So I think about that. I think about the crushing, right? Because it says in Isaiah that he was crushed. It pleased the Lord to crush and bruise him.
Okay. So, if you have not seen part 1 of this, allegories were made as to why it pleases God to have his children suffer. And the allegory was something along the lines of humans are like olives and we crush them and we get good oil out of them. And I've read some Junji Ito, so let's not talk about crushing people to get the oil out of their bodies. That's a bit weird for me. But I do want to point out that in the last time we covered this, a lot of these justifications lined up a lot with justifications people might have for staying with their abusers, justifications abuse victims have. It's very, very toxic ideology to basically bask in all the terrible things that are happening to you and then say that other people, this is kind of the necessary other half of this, to say that other people should bask in the same terrible things happening to them, because then they get to justify abusive people doing abusive things to them as well. But let's see if, are we just going to talk about olives this whole time?
And that he was wounded for our iniquities. And the peace, we received the peace of his chastisement. And when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane praying, another cool thing that is involved with this spiritual significance, this analogy. God is so funny. You know, he's just...
It's just so funny. Let's talk about just culling the fat out of people's bodies while we crush them into tiny pulpy pieces. Isn't that just so funny and quirky, everyone? Isn't that just so fucking funny? No, it's not funny. There's nothing funny about that. It's not funny. It's not quirky. It's gross.
Just, he's so, it's great, you know, the way he does the spiritual significance and things. But
it's not.
I don't know. I've always been so drawn to that prayer that Jesus gave to the Father.
Wait. So the thing that you have been so drawn to was God pleading not to be murdered? I was just so drawn to it. You know, the way he begged and groveled for his life, it got me feeling certain ways. No, absolutely fucking not. Hey, the dart landed there. She got 10K followers on here, and we're going to look at the comment section when we're done. This is the type of mentality that leads to abuse victims, lady.
And so I found out that Gethsemane actually means olive press. There was
that doesn't make it better.
An olive press. It's an olive garden, right? It's on the base of the Mount of Olives, but there was an actual press there in the garden, and Jesus went there continually to pray to the Father, and he prayed 3 times, while the disciples were sleeping, and it's cool to see the analogy there.
What's cool about somebody begging for their life? What's cool about that?
As olives, that they are pressed 3 times hard, and we know that the inner suffering that Jesus was going through at that time, not just he was suffering just the entire time that he not only was doing his ministry, but I believe from the very beginning, of his life here on earth, and why is it that suffering pleases the Lord?
Yeah, why is it that suffering pleases the Lord? That's a question I've had. Why does it please him for his children to suffer? But remember, if you watched part 1 of this video, she believes that Jesus told her why it pleases him. Because it's not enough to begrudgingly make your children suffer because you think it will make them better people. No! According to this woman, God gets his rocks off. He fires rope to the idea of his children suffering. This is not a healthy mindset for anyone.
When you think of olive oil, you think of something that is precious, right? Olive oil was used we still use it to this day to anoint brethren when they're sick, like the Bible says.
I mean, I think most normal people use it to cook, but wait, did you
brethren when they're sick, like the Bible says?
It's not enough. It's not enough that this woman needs to argue that people need to suffer. We have fucking medical claims in here. Oh, it's okay. No, don't worry. You might have a bit of leprosy, but if we just take a little bit of that oil, I know that this is technically cayenne hot sauce. It's not oil, but it'll work here. Just pour it right on there. That'll work. Anointed right up. We've got medical claims in here too. Why?
Jesus told us to anoint our heads when we fast. And we see constant examples of people being anointed on their heads and their feet with that olive oil. Excuse me. And so we know that
smile looks so fake. It looks like she keeps on bouncing between, like, sad and happy. I don't think this person's well.
That sweet smelling savor that the Lord loves.
Don't say that right after talking about people being crushed in olive presses.
People would bring that olive oil to the temple to offer to him. So he was pleased with that olive oil. He is pleased when we are crushed and bruised, because
That doesn't make it better.
it waxes us stronger in spirit. It does. It strengthens us. We know that tribulation works patience, and patience experience, and experience works that hope.
This is unironically blood for the blood god. No, serious, you're right. This is unironically blood for the blood god. She is literally arguing that it is okay, that it makes, again, I'm going on tangents. She's arguing that suffering is a good thing because it will make you stronger. There are two problems with this argument. One, as a parent, you do not necessarily have to revel, to shoot rope to the idea that your child is suffering. That's just fucking gross. Two, and more importantly, on the theological side of things, this means that necessarily you think that your God was so uncreative that the only way he could think to make his people stronger was to hurt them. Your all-knowing deity has no creativity. Think about it. Everybody who follows this person and agrees with this mentality is enabling abuse. Jesus fucking Christ.
That hope that's in us, that's shed abroad in our hearts by the Holy Spirit. And so that, we need to hang on to that, ladies. When you're in times of testing and trials, my suffering is mainly, when these seasons happen, it is at night. And that's when I really, really, really go through it. And I need God's strength every single moment when I'm going through this, because all I want to do is just groan and cry out to him, because it is painful.
And he's necessarily responsible for all that suffering you're going through. Why would you stand someone who is putting you through this? This is unironically like an abused wife saying that it's okay that my husband beats me across the face because it makes me a more obedient helpmeet. This is just female biblical gender roles. I think we found Larry's wife. At least in spirit.
Here I am 3 years being born again. And sometimes it does feel like you never get a break. The devil is constantly pressing and crushing us. But we know that it's for our good. We know that it is a sweet smelling savor, because it produces that righteousness in us. It just produces the Holy Spirit more and more and more in us. And so I want to just encourage you ladies today.
Yeah, is it Satan doing this to you and then God using that, or God doing this to you? I mean, functionally, it makes no difference. It makes no difference. It's the exact same problem either way. It's still nuttery. It's still abusive. It's still enabling. I mean, fuck, there was the medical claim of just anointing oil on people and that will somehow make them better. This is how you make a fucking cult that are willing to go through all kinds of hardships, because every single hardship that they deal with is confirmation bias that they're doing the right thing. You know the Christian persecution complex? The one where, like, every terrible thing that happens to you, you go, it's just God putting me through my trials. That's what this is. This is the type of thing that leads to confirmation bias. This is not a healthy way to think.
To just see it that way. See it that way, because the Lord doesn't want us to complain when we're in the midst of the crushing process. When we're in the midst of that,
smiles
we do
so much
really,
when she
truly
talks about
need
it like
to
that.
rejoice, because not only we are partaking of Christ's suffering, we are drinking from the same cup that he took from.
Can I go ahead and compare this mentality to something? This one right here. The idea that it's good for you to go through what your ancestors went through. I don't want to go through dysentery. I don't think I should. I don't want to go through having to build a log cabin just to survive. I don't want to go through various diseases that we've eliminated. I don't want to go through various forms of poverty that we can ignore, we can fix, we can do things about. We should not necessarily have to go through these things. And it should not be seen as a virtue that people do go through these things. This I did it so should you mentality, except it's he did it so should I. It's the same thing. And it's just as flawed no matter which side of the argument you land on.
You know, so that too that's reason enough for us to truly be at peace and trust the Lord during this process.
Peace is a lie, there is only passion.
That's painful. It's physically painful, it's spiritually exhausting. You know, there's a lot of stress there, but we still can't even imagine the stress that Jesus was under and sweating drops of blood that third time he went and prayed.
Cut out oddly.
And that inward suffering is just, it produces good things in us. It really, truly does. It makes us grow more and more and more. Mm-hmm. So we know it's his will. We know it's God's will, and it pleases him. You know, just think about that.
No, I don't know. And you've been trying to explain to me how I could know, but I don't know.
Oil that just drips down, and it's just to collect that first set of olive oil that was taken to the temple for that offering to God. That took a while. That took 2 to 3 hours just to collect that vial of oil.
Yeah, this is just cult language. This is reframing things in the way that the cult wants you to see.
Not a quick thing. This is why we have to have patience. That's why tribulation works patience, right? And then patience works that experience that builds that character, that Christ-like character in us.
So yes, it is true that going through hardships can shape you into a better person, but you should not want your fellow human being to go through hardships. I think therein lies the divide. It is one thing to say, no, don't worry, as you get older, you'll go through certain things that are going to change your perspective. It's one thing to have that mentality. That's a realistic mentality. It's another thing to go, I just can't wait. Oh my God, I can't. It's going to get me so hard when you go through this. It's going to suck so much for you. You're going to piss blood. But I'm going to finally be able to climax. That's what I hear. That's what I hear when she says this. She's so fucking pleased with herself, with her God, when talking about this. And it hurts my brain.
And that experience works hope. It works our faith. It works our trust in him.
She sounds like she's about to cry.
That is the love of God. That is the love of God that's shed abroad in us. So you can see God's love in your suffering. You can see it there.
And this is how you breed confirmation bias. Every horrible thing that ever happened to you gets to be God's fault, but it gets to be a good thing that he did it, actually.
I want to just share this verse with you, ladies, real quick before I go, because it's really interesting to just see how even in this verse, it directly aligns with what we go through.
What's the verse?
2 Corinthians 4 says, "We are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Always bearing about in the body the dying of the Lord Jesus, that the life also of Jesus might be made manifest in our body." So we are continually partaking in that suffering.
Okay, but that doesn't make it good. Like, okay, you know what's a way that we could frame this that's not abusive? Okay? There's a way we could frame this verse to not be abusive. Always have a smile on your face. Do what you can, not to have toxic positivity, but to at least look at some of the bright side of what you're going through. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it sucks. But you can do this. I believe in you. You've got this. And if you need help, I'm here for you. There. Same idea. You're going to go through shit. It's going to suck, but you're going to learn stuff from it without the sexually charged language, without the idea that God is going to freaking get off to the idea of you suffering, without any of the toxicity. Just, this is going to suck. I believe you can do it. You got this, and I got your back if you need it. That's all you have to do to make it not, honestly, so fucking creepy. This is creepy. This person might have kids, and they're being indoctrinated with this shit. That's scary to me. It's one thing for one individual to have it, but she's got 10,000 subscribers, and her like ratio on videos is not indicative of these being hate watchers. Again, we went over earlier in the stream portion. I really enjoyed this. It's like you're speaking right just to me. I really needed to hear this. Thank you. Like, it's that manipulative way of speaking, that really slow, "Hey, Anon, this is a message just for you. I think you need to hear this. I am about to tell you something that's not confirmation bias. I swear." Like that shit. It's hard to tell whether this is the language of the cult leader or if this is the language of a person who's been so thoroughly indoctrinated that they're engaging in mimicry of them. I don't know. But I need to do more research on this person. I need to figure out more about what denomination they follow, what goes on with them, because this person scares me more than, like, Transformed Wife does. This person strikes me as biblical gender roles, but female. And not necessarily talking about that, talking about things that are less ideological, I guess, and more just physically substantial and harmful. Not to say BGR isn't harmful. But we're gonna go and do some research later on this person, I guess. If you enjoyed the video, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. This was part 2. There will be more on this person in the future, I am sure. This was a bunch. This was a bunch to dive into. Thank you all for watching. Links are in the description for Patreon and all the other fun stuff. I'm gonna go engage in some self-care. I think that would be a good thing to do. Don't get off to other people's suffering, please. Just don't. Just don't. Yeah, the self-care is going to happen on stream, though. I'm still going to be talking with you guys. The self-care is going to be taking a break. And just some more chocolate. I got a little left. I got a little left. Let's do it. Oh my god. Why can't I open the chocolate? There we go. I don't have that much chocolate left. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, just so everybody knows, if you can help shout this out, there's a thing that has happened. For those who don't know, the Surfs just lost their channel. So this is going to be my attempt to do something about this in what way I can as a small creator. The Surfs lost their channel, and the reasoning YouTube gave was that their team reviewed their content, and unfortunately they think it violates their harassment, threats, and cyberbullying policy. They've removed the following content from YouTube. Paul Joseph Watson goes after Shoe Head's eggs for QAnon. Twitter bans the weirdos. Okay? They think it violates their harassment policy. Shoe Head specifically points out that they don't feel harassed here. Because, honestly, the only people who could possibly be harassed here are either Paul Joseph Watson or Shoe. And if getting critiqued is harassment, then oops. But yeah. Now I wonder how that even happens, though. YouTube has responded by saying, "Thanks for sending this our way. We're passing this along so that teams can have another look at your channel. We'll get back to you once we have more info." Which means that this may be a thing they're dealing with for a while. Potentially. So if, frigate Surfs, if you guys are watching and you need a platform to do shit on for a little bit, I mean, I'm open for shit, but still, that's not the point. Point being, this is an arbitrary hit. It's one thing for a platform to remove you for actively violating their terms of service, but this does not seem to be an actual terms of service violation. So, I sincerely hope that that gets taken care of. But just shout out that happened. Let everybody you know, if you're on Twitter, go ahead and retweet it. Basically, pressure YouTube. If they want to call this cyberbullying, we can cyberbully YouTube. Criticism of lies from the right equals bullying, apparently. Chocolate. It's great. Let me see here. What's going on with the Surfs real quick? Oh, I can't DM them. I might be able to DM them over here, though. Let's see. Aha! Oh. Well, of course I'm not going to be... Apparently the serfs have their stuff on Discord set up to where I cannot respond, or I cannot send them a message unless we are friends or on a mutual server. But we're on 3 mutual servers. I am not friends. I mean, I've gotten strikes. How much chocolate do I have left? I have 3 pieces of chocolate. This, I must ration this. Anywho. I mean, not friends on Discord. We've chatted once or twice. Once on actual Jake's stream. And once during the Among Us stuff. Looks like their one channel still up. The primary ones they post to isn't showing up. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, I think we're going to switch over to a gaming stream now that we're done with all the topics that I want to cover today. So, what that means, we're not going to be doing the gaming stream on YouTube, because if we do it on YouTube, there will likely be issues. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to be going over to Twitch. Now, if you do not know about my Twitch, there's a link in the description, but for all y'all lazy fuckers, there's the link to the Twitch. So if you want to watch me do some gaming stuff, then this would be the best place to go. I am going to be hopping onto there here in about 5-ish minutes, about how long it takes me to set up over there. So, if you want to watch some stuff there, we can just sit there and do some chill chatting. If not, that is entirely up to you. You guys do what you want to do, whatever makes you happy. Also, thank you very much for somebody. It sounds like somebody followed over on Twitch. I hear it, but I have not seen the actual thing. If it's Among Us, well, it's not going to be Among Us. It's probably just going to be me chilling out on RuneScape or something for a little bit. Just vibing, basically. Said YaraDB has followed over on Twitch. Thank you very much. With that said, thank you all for watching. I will be over on Twitch. I will see you in about 2 or 3 minutes.